Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Advancing Local Dairy Development in Nigeria Annual Dairy Conference 2020. My name is Fisayo Kayode, and I will be your host for today. I hope that you're as excited as I am because this conference promises to be power-packed as we have international and local dairy experts that will be sharing with us their wealth of experience. And please just stay tuned. You may please drop your questions on the chat box. You'll see chat on the top right for your questions. Just click on the stage button and drop all your questions there. We will endeavor to answer them all. At this point, I would invite Ndidi Uneli, who is the managing partner of Sahel Consulting, to give us the welcome address.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in the world. It's such an honor and privilege to have you join us today. Thank you for joining this very important convening and for sharing your time with us. I am going to try and share a screen once I get the permission of the organizers to enable me, because I'm unable to click on the share screen function. But just to tell you a bit about Sahel Consulting, we're a management consulting firm committed to transforming the agricultural and nutrition landscape in Africa. We were established in 2010, so this is our 10th anniversary, and it's really a privilege to do the work that we do. We've been working in the dairy sector for many years now. Started off with the Nigeria Dairy Development Project, funded by the Gates Foundation, and recently launched at the beginning of this year, the Advancing Local Dairy Development in Nigeria project. And the reason why we engage in this project is because of how critical dairy is to our ecosystem and how important it is to life, not just for nutrition, job creation, but dairy plays a very important role when it comes to gender empowerment and nutrition outcomes in our part of the world. We have been working through private sector-led dairy development projects. So ALDDN currently works in 5 states in Nigeria, and we partner with private companies, state governments, and development partners in each of these states. We're partnering with a range of private companies that are really committed to backward integration and local sourcing. Now, the reason why this is so important is because Nigeria currently ranks quite low when it comes to yields, output, and enabling policy environment. In fact, our farmers still generate 1 to 2 liters per cow relative to the rest of the world that is closer to 20 liters. We also have tremendous inefficiencies, challenges with cold storage and linkages, and limited engagement when it comes to processing and price competitiveness, which makes dairy a very expensive input for the average Nigerian household. In terms of the key components of ALDDN, farmer organization, infrastructure development, productivity improvements, financial inclusion, we have a training and policy dimension, and we have great hopes for what success looks like at the end of this 5 years. So as you embark on this conference today, I want you to consider a few things. First, we're committed to building stronger partnerships, and we believe that we can learn so much from key actors in different parts of the world. We're so happy to receive our friends from Kenya, from the Netherlands, from India, from Australia, who are going to be sharing unique insights with us, because we want our dairy sector to be as advanced as theirs and to learn from their key interventions, their impact, their lessons learned, and even their failures. We want to put private sector at the heart of our dairy development, recognizing that enabling policy is also really critical. And we want to partner with all of you on this platform to invest in building talent for the sector. And that's why we've incorporated master classes throughout this session today. And we want to encourage all of you to work with us at ALDDN, with Codaran Industry Association that you're going to be hearing about shortly, and with Nourishing Africa and a few of the other interventions we're involved in. And lastly, I want to leave you with 2 quotes. The first one says, if I tell you my dream, you might forget it. If I act on my dream, perhaps you'll remember it. But if I involve you, it becomes your dream too. My dream is the Nigerian dairy sector will become competitive, efficient, effective, that the average Nigerian child will be able to have access to a very nutritious breakfast with milk, cheese, and yogurts, and all sorts of dairy products, that they will live full and meaningful lives, and that through the dairy sector will not only create jobs, but will truly, truly ensure that Nigeria can become one of the most competitive countries when it comes to the dairy sector. I also take this opportunity to invite you to our 10th anniversary celebration, which is on the 24th of November. We have a keynote speaker, Rajiv Shah, the president of the Rockefeller Foundation, Dr. Agnes Kalibata, the president of AGRA, who is also the UN Special Envoy on Food Systems, Lawrence Haddad, who is the executive director of the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition Gain. We also have Dr. Akinwumi Adeshina, who is the president of the African Development Bank, and over 22 leading thinkers, scholars, entrepreneurs from across the world. And we're going to be discussing zero hunger and how we can truly ensure a vibrant dairy sector in Nigeria and across Africa, but also how we can unlock other sectors and ensure that private sector can achieve this zero hunger that we all aspire to achieve. So please register and sign up. I'll hand it back to Fisayo. Once again, thank you so much for joining us today, and I look forward to a very fulfilling day. Fisayo, I think you're going to introduce the Kodaran representative, so please welcome us from the industry association perspective as well.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ndidi, for the welcome address. Apologies for the little technical glitch. Alhaji MD Abubakar, who's supposed to be giving the second welcome address, is not yet live. So at this point, I'm going to be introducing Dr. Afsa Ali Grema, who is a productivity improvement manager at Sahel Consulting, and she will be moderating the first panel session.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining the 2020 ALDDN Annual International Dairy Conference. As I was introduced, my name is Dr. Hafsat Ali Grema, the Productivity Improvement Manager, Sahel Consulting, Agriculture and Nutrition Limited. With us today are our panelists across the globe in persons of Dr. Ratan Sagar Khanna, the Chairman, Quality Group in India, Dr. Asa Namdi, Ndamdi, a senior international animal production specialist at Vaganinga University and Research, Dr. Charles Odon, a tutor at University of Nairobi, Kenya, and Dr. Annabel Daburon, a livestock value chain advisor at Vaganinga University and Research. With us again is Mr. Rob Lagrange, a dairy expert at Western Dairy in Australia. We are all welcome to the 2020 ALDDN Annual International Dairy Conference. We will be discussing today on the topic, Achieving Self-Sufficiency in the Nigerian Dairy Sector, Lessons from International Sustainable Models. Without wasting most of our time, I will call on Dr. Asa Ndambi. Okay, I think Dr. Asa Ndambi is not live yet. So I'll call on Dr. Annabelle Duboron.
Hello.
Hello, Dr. Annabelle, you're welcome.
Thanks so much. I'm so sorry because I was trying to log in and had some mistakes, so I did not hear your introduction and I did not hear your request. I'm really sorry, but
It's all right. So I just introduced our panelists and I introduced the topic to be discussed, which is attaining self-sufficiency in the Nigerian dairy sector, lessons from international sustainable models. So Dr. Annabelle Dabron, as a livestock value chain advisor, we all know that public-private partnership is really essential in developing the agricultural value chains. What advice can you give Nigerian dairy sector in terms of public-private partnerships in value chain development and attainment of self-sufficiency? And how can the components of the value chains be integrated to attain that self-sufficiency?
yeah, thanks a lot for the vast question. So I'm really glad to be invited and to have the chance to speak. So I will try to be not too long, but maybe what I can share on this idea of public-private partnerships. It's my experience that I had in the Egyptian dairy sector, where I worked for several years as a researcher on an inclusive dairy initiative that was promoted by Danone. So Danone is a large private company, and they were trying basically to increase their sourcing in the Egyptian dairy sector. The Egyptian dairy sector is mainly a lot of small holders with 1 or 2 cows. And so, yeah, one of the challenge of this project was basically to try to increase the milk sourcing of Danone while contributing to local development. That with the help of the public organization, so with the Ministry of Agriculture and also an NGO. I will not go into detail, but let's say that the main challenge that this project encountered, it's the huge distance between the different stakeholders. So you have, everyone has its own rationale. So the company, they are trying to mainly make more profit and harvest to a cheapest price their products. But then you have also the NGOs who are trying to really contribute to local developments. And then you have the local community with their own dynamic, with their own history, their own cultural background, their own social network. And let's say the main lessons learned that I had and that I took from this experience is to really try to strengthen the collaboration among those stakeholders. And to do that, one solution that I think I identified, at least in Egypt, was to try to work together at very local level, at regional and national level on the milk quality. Can be a first very interesting start, because it's a challenge that is shared by all the stakeholders, basically. Both the company, the local, the families, basically. They are keen to improve the milk quality for the health of their children and the consumer. And so you can basically create and try to create at different level some core groups trying to together tackle a common challenge. And with that, it can be a first start, basically, to really have a strong multi-stakeholder processes. The challenge being that quite often the power, let's say the power asymmetries are extremely strong, and trying to balance this power, I think it's to the benefits to the local players, so the smallholders, the farmers, but also to the companies, because if you succeed to work together, then you can achieve something. If you have too much tension, then you end up in a dead end, basically. So it's a very quick example of an Egyptian case study that I had the chance to work in.
Thank you so much. So in terms of integration of the components, we have the producers, the processors, and then maybe the traders or the distributors. So what advice can you give Nigerian dairy sector in terms of integrating and aligning the activities so that we try to get a kind of value chain development across the line?
Yeah. Let's say from my experience, one challenge what we often see is that we try to, well, a lot of program, project, or policies are trying to overlook the traders. So I'm always quite advocating for the traders because they are playing an essential role in the value chain, in the informal value chain as it's organized in a lot of countries. They are not just stealing money from the farmers like it's often kind of conceived. So the farmer, they are playing their own role with producing, and they don't produce only their dairy product quite often. And I think that's important to take into account, to try to understand the diversity of those production systems. They are not only specialized in dairy production, quite often the smallholders, and keeping this diversity is a need to help them to remain resilient and to avoid well, they have to, because it's too risky to go only in dairy for them, basically. So trying to set up system when you rely on the already existing systems. So either by working with smallholders and creating maybe milk collection centers, integrating the local resources. So either the traders, because they can become transporters, they can play a huge role in improving the milk quality, in training the farmers, using the local veterinarians or the local people with health knowledge to help basically improve the health or the milk quality is super important. And one thing also that is quite often overlooked with the traders is their roles as a local bank, let's say. So quite often there is a lot of economical exchange between the farmers and the traders, and they are essential in this role. And trying to suppress the traders, you really overlook all those diversity of roles that everyone is playing. Yeah. Yeah, I think, and one other thing that is, from my perspective, too often overlooked, those community, it's not only commercial relationship that exists between those different individuals. So all the social relationship that exists between those, indeed, they have rational economic rationals, but it's really not the only the only rationale that they are using to interact with each other. So I'm a farmer, maybe I'm going to sell to this person just because he's from my family and not only because his price is higher. So trying to protect and to use the relationship, I think is also something that I learned quite a lot, and I think that can become helpful. Using this network instead of trying to replace it, basically.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, for Nigerian dairy sector, it's more like a subsistence farming and family labor intensive. What advice can we get from you in terms of the business model? How can we integrate and make it to change their perspective to see it as a business, not as a culture or a social activity? Yeah, watch this.
So I would say that, again, there is a lot of diversity in the farmers. So that's something to acknowledge and to recognize. So I don't think that there is one solution that will fit all the type of farms. So first, that's really something to keep in mind and to acknowledge. Let's say some people will be keen to develop their dairy business as a business, which is fine. And then I think it's about supporting them and securing them at early stage of their growth in the dairy sector. But some farmers might and will have to remain with a more diversified production and not become specialized in only milk production, which is also totally fine, I think. And those people, they are still interesting, I think, for the dairy sector as a sector. So I think it's really tailoring the intervention according to the different publics. and not only focusing on the large or future large dairy farmers with bigger herds, and only the modernization, I don't think should not only come by importing Holstein cows and having a zero grazing model farming system. So it can be one option, but it's really not the only one, I think, for the dairy development. And trying to work with local smallholders is also very much, I think, a solution for the future. And I think my colleague from India can very much develop this topic on working with smallholders and helping them to be resilient. And one last thing also is to increase the number of women, both as a business holders, to trust them, and also in the broader community of the dairy sector. Because like in the panel, as an example, I'm the only female with you. But so having more female, being more gender conscious, I think it's really very much a need for any dairy sector in the world.
Thank you so much, Dr. Annabelle Dabron. We really appreciate the discussion. So I'm going to call on Dr. Asa Ndambi. You're welcome, and thanks for joining. So we were discussing on achieving self-sufficiency in the Nigerian dairy sector, lessons from international sustainable models. So with the vast experience in building sustainable dairy value chains in African countries, and in Nigeria, 90% of our dairy producers are smallholder farmers using the traditional method of farm business. So the question here is, what strategies can Nigeria put in place to improve, formalize, and optimize the local production systems?
Okay, thank you very much. Are you able to hear me now?
Yes.
I'm not able to. Yeah, I'm not able to do the video because it's not it's not activated on my side. But I hope you can listen to the audio without seeing the face behind the voice. Looking at, will that be okay, or we need to do another technical adjustment?
Yeah, please go ahead as we are resolving the issue.
Okay, thanks a lot. Yes, there are different elements which the Nigerian dairy sector can learn from other countries, and I will cite a few of them. You talked about the smallholder nature of it, and one of the main items, which is also following up with what Annabelle just mentioned, is inclusiveness. I think that the dairy sector of Nigeria can become very inclusive. Gender inclusiveness is one of them, and also smallholder inclusiveness is one of them. And when I talk of smallholder inclusiveness, I think of situations where larger farmers support smaller farmers so that they can have a kind of a sector around them. Larger farmers might produce forage in large quantities and support small farmers by distributing to them. They can also collect milk from small farmers around them and help in channeling it to the processors. And we also have inclusiveness of the youth, because if the youth become interested in farming, in milk farming, then we have a future generation that is going to secure dairy production. And some options which I have seen in Kenya are using of IT options. The youth are so interested in IT. If you can order your food using your feed using IT options, or if you can use all the smart technologies for production, farm management, and so on, then it becomes more attractive to the youth. Another aspect which is very important is the feeding and fodder production, and that accounts for about 60 to 80% of the total cost of production when we look at milk production. In some parts of East Africa, there is more focus on zero grazing system, for example, in Kenya. In other countries, for example, Uganda, there's more focus on grazing systems. In either ways, there are opportunities and there are also challenges. In Kenya, for example, the cost of production becomes very high when you go too intensive into zero grazing systems where you have to cut all the feed and transport it to long distances, where there is also more intensification, more use of feed supplements. But of course, you get compensated by higher yields, higher milk yields, and you could also make higher benefits from milk production. When we look at systems in Uganda, it's more on pasture-based systems where there is a lot of grazing. But of course, you also still need to manage the pasture. You also need to improve on the species on the pasture. There has been some research in East African countries. There are research organizations like IRI, SIAT, that do research on fodder. They produce new varieties that are important, that can give, but also that give more protein in the feed stuff. And this is also good because it improves on the quantity of milk, but it also improves on the quality of milk and also on the health of the animals. Then in general, when it comes to collection and marketing of milk, I see that there are structures in place in East Africa, which I haven't seen so much in West Africa in general. For example, in countries like Kenya and Uganda, and to a lesser extent, Ethiopia, we have milk collection centers. Milk collection centers, which are usually small, where you have maybe 20 to 30 farmers. They can bring their milk and then the milk is collected. And then it is transferred to milk bulking centers. So then you have milk bulking centers, which most often have a cooling structures in place. So the milk goes from the milk collection centers to the milk bulking centers, and then from the milk bulking centers, it goes to processors. And the infrastructure is a little bit more developed. There are roads, and also there is a higher concentration of milk. So you can get more volumes of milk from a smaller area of land. And this is something which we can learn, Nigerians can also learn from. If production is concentrated, it is also easier for these structures, the collection and bulking centers, to come in place. And then investors will also be happier to invest in cooling facilities. And then processors will also be happier to collect larger volumes of milk because it becomes cheaper to collect milk in larger volumes. So the transaction cost per liter of milk is less when you deal with larger volumes of milk. And the last thing I would mention now is an enabling environment. I think that the role of the government could be the local government, it could be the larger government, the national government, in promoting dairy is also very important because there are some interventions which the government can do to support production. For example, facilitating loans to farmers at a lower interest rate, or just even allowing farmers to access loans, which is sometimes very challenging in different countries. And what I noticed in Kenya is that there are some counties that have the dairy as a top agenda in their government. So in Kenya, we have county governments, which is somehow decentralized. And then each county government has its priority in the agricultural sector. And once dairy is prioritized, you see that they put in more structures, more interventions, and more focus on dairy. And the sector grows faster than in other counties where there is less emphasis on the dairy. I think I can end there at the moment, but there's a lot to say.
Sure, and we are going to follow up even after this meeting.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So I want. Okay, I will call on Mr. Rob Lagrange.
Hi, greetings Western Australia, where it's 5:30 odd p.m., but another good day in.
Yes, nice to have you here. So our smallholder farmers are very vital in achieving self-sufficiency in the Nigerian dairy sector. So what type of information should we pass across to the producers for behavior change, to change from the traditional way of farm management into a more formal way of farm management, where innovations and a lot of good daily practices are being adopted? Can you shed more light on how we can achieve that?
Yeah, just use this in Fiji and Zambia to give the background to the. But I think what I found in Fiji was a great variety of the progressive dairies, and then there were the regional distanced away from the sort of milk collection that struggled with low production and yet very keen to learn. And then the government was also trying to encourage previous sugar farmers to diversify and look at dairy, and that was up in the north country, which quite a dry area, and so a good range of production and also motivation and also productivity in terms of per cow production. So what I found in Fiji with the more progressive farmers, the local dairy cooperative, quite a key player in motivating farmers, so that developed business spreadsheets and began to monitor these producers in terms of how much they were receiving and what kind of profit they were making from their businesses. And I think that was a really good initiative for those farmers ready for that. I think those farmers that were on the smaller scale and struggled with 1 or 2 liters a day really weren't at that point where they comprehend it, but they were keen to make their dairy business venture. I think they need support. So I guess for me, extension, I was there in the extension role, and I was there to develop the local extension capability, and both the cooperative and the ministry have extension staff. And I think it was to try and upon that everyone can learn, everyone can improve, and even if we took a smallholder production from say 1 or 2 liters to even 2 or 3 by better feed management or use of local resources, that would be a great achievement for that particular farmer. So we concentrated on things like quality forage and fodder, and I think that's a key to unlock milk potential. One of the things I think I was disappointed in was that trying to probably introduce too high genetic semen into the herd, and these higher genetic merit cows, unless they really cared for, as would be the case at the research station, where they would be 18 or so litres a day, the merit animals in the sector were probably only doing about 7 or 8. So they clearly had the potential to go towards the 16 litres, and it was just a question of the station was able to process feed and purchase feed, and also using the pastures in a grazing rotation system. This the farmers were not particularly aware of, and I think one of our roles was to try and introduce them to the concept of rotational grazing, but also to the concept of getting into their fodder and forage when that was at a higher nutritive value. So some of the farmers were really pleased with their Soteria grass production, huge looking pastures seeded out, and had to sort of try and impress upon them that the quality had by then, and they would be better off grazing it when it was still growing actively and let it regrow. Certainly a couple of farmers began to do that and reported immediate jumps in production. So I think we were on track there. So I think that the farmers in Fiji want to do well, want to excel. They're doing a lot of support, and this was international aid that was funding this project, but the local government does need encourage farmers with projects. I mean, they offer a lot. They offer AI, tractors for ploughing, services from the ministry in terms of advice. So there's a lot of government activity, and the cooperative itself is very active. The question, of course, the Fiji was the fact that milk left uncollected until later on in the morning in the churn at the bottom of the farm or drive, and so arriving at the collection centres was already starting to deteriorate, and the New Zealand government did put in an ice bank chiller, which certainly helped at that collection, and they were doing the same elsewhere. So they were dropping the milk temperature in terms of the time from arrival to 4 degrees very, very quickly with these chillers. Unfortunately, a lot of the milk arriving was of poorer quality, and that created a pressure point on the processors, because the processing company was able to source milk from other countries, notably New Zealand, which they reconstituted their various products with, arguing that the quality of that was good to work with, but to that had been exposed to heat for a while, they were happy to use that milk. So obviously some tension there, and they're working to resolve those issues. So Zambia was a small holder, 1 or 2 litres a day, and the project was working in north of Zambia, and again the cooperatives played a role, and the project focused on the cooperatives where women are very committed, and they were just looking at the business of those cooperatives, whether they were accountable and able to straight the wise fund. So, but the local was definitely a point for the local farmers, and I think the project saw that as a key area to focus on. But it also went onto the ground, on ground with better pasture management, making silage from maize stover, which wasn't great quality, but the molasses that was added to it more palatable for the animals. So they're trying to get them to use residues by conserving that, but also to experiment with some other crops when the rains were set in. Long enough to see what the result of that was, but from all the reports coming back from the consulting firm, there's been some significant gains made there as well. So just concentration on the basics, I think, and then getting the farmers to be business minded at what they were doing. But I appreciate the comment that the small-scale farmers still had to have a number of other agricultural productivity areas to be able to live, basically, not dairy. So that's sort of my thoughts. And the other thing in Zambia again was the use of imported dairy cows of high milk. Most now succumbed and no longer, because once again the feed quality and the heat for these high cows. And so yeah, I thought that again was probably something they should not have necessarily done, but to introduce genetics into the existing indigenous herd. That's just some of my thoughts. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much for this detailed explanation. So as you said, the feed and fodder, that's the fodder production value chain, it's really essential in developing the dairy sector. So any advice regarding climate change, maybe any climate smart intervention for the farmers so that we adapt to the harsh climate here in sub-Saharan Africa?
Yes, I mean, it's already a challenge even in the more developed countries. Farmers are having to think of other initiatives or other ways in which they enhance productivity, climate change. So it is a challenge, and I think for the small-scale sector, it's really interesting to see how that package could put together, look at alternate species in terms of forage and fodder, management, perhaps not so much for indigenous, but certainly health issues related to climate change. So yeah, I guess no definite answer to that, but certainly it has to be in the mix of planning and giving farmers alternatives to cope with climate change.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We are very grateful for this. So Our other panelists are not yet on board with us. Dr. Charles Odom, please, if you can hear me, can you please join so that we continue the discussion? And Dr. Kana, we'll be expecting you on the stage. Dr. Charles and Dr. Kana, if you can hear me, can you please join, share your audio and video so that we can continue the discussion? Okay, before they join, I will call on Alhaji Muhammad Abubakar to give us a bit of highlights about the quadrant. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I was actually alive watching you when I heard that I was not available while I was available.
Oh.
So I had
Sorry about that.
no problem. Anyway, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the International Dairy Conference. As mentioned by Dr. Grema, I'm the president of Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, which is the national apex body and a voice for commercial dairy producers, ranch operators, and dairy farmers, both small and medium farmers. We were incorporated in January 2017, very recently, and we are governed by. We are a non-political, non-religious, and non-governmental organization that seeks to protect the interests of indigenous dairy farmers in Nigeria. Our vision is to be the foremost globally recognized association for professionalism, advocacy, and promotion of quality, nutritious dairy products made from local resources. Our mission is to actively build networks of supports for Nigerian dairy value chain operators through policy advocacy and business actions that foster growth, development, and ultimate transformation of the sector into a major contributor to the national economy. Our aims and objectives are to develop the dairy industry to meet the daily nutritional needs of Nigerians by fully harnessing local milk resources to create jobs, national wealth, and sufficiency. Number two, to provide services and relevant information to members to enable them improve their operations and enhance their capacity to meet growing demands for dairy products. And we represent our members as a united industry before legislative bodies and regulatory agencies, and to promote and safeguard common business interest. We are an advocacy group, and then we also promoting mutual cooperation to optimal usage of resources and self-regulation of members to ensure adoption of international best practices in production and efficient distribution of fresh and safe dairy products. We can be contacted on our website www.kodaran.org. Kodaran is the acronym for Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria. Our email is info@kodaran.org, and I'm sure when you look at the advert for this conference, our telephone contacts and addresses are available. Thank you very much, and I wish the conference a successful outing, and look forward to meeting you in my session that I will participate as a panelist by 12 in the afternoon today. Thank you very much.
So I will call on Dr. Charles. Dr. Charles,
thank you very much.
Yeah. We know that Kenya is among the leading countries in developed dairy sector. and no development could be achieved without involvement of the training and extension services and inclusion of youth and women. So what strategies for training and extension service, as well as gender and youth inclusion, should Nigerian dairy sector adopt to attain development?
Okay. Thank you very much. I think thank you also for inviting me to the conference. To me, one of the most important things is that when you develop extension models, the models, of course, just as you mentioned, must be all-inclusive. So we want to make sure that the information that is being passed reaches all people in the value chain. So that means information should be the same at the farm level and at different levels in the value chain. And what we have, and particularly from my experience, because we developed the first ever dairy, what we call nationally appropriate mitigation action for the dairy sector. And what we realize is that for you to be able to organize successful extension models, one of the key things that has been mentioned by two of the other speakers is key. One is that you must be able to bring farmers together. So that means that the aggregation to be able to offer services is an important part of this. So as the Nigerian dairy sector develops, I think it will be key that in the short term, the focus should be more on aggregation of farmers to make sure that they can be able to come together and then be able to get training together. Now, within those aggregation centers, then we will be able to, you should be able to then target the group that you want to be in those areas so that the inclusivity for extension models are really targeted. And so that is very key. But one thing I always want to say, when you develop extension models, is who will finance extension? And I think that has been a key problem for us in Kenya, because we came from a system where the government was doing everything until 1992, when we had the structural adjustment program by the World Bank, and then we were forced to go to more private sector-led extension. But it took a lot of time for the country to be able to accept that extension should be private sector-led, and of course, people pay for it. Of course, we still have a bit of influence in terms of government offering extension, even at the moment, because we have the devolved system of government. But what we see as more productive and more proactive kind of an extension model is where you also involve the private sector and those who benefit from the value chain to be able to also invest in extension. So for example, we've had companies, particularly the processing companies in Kenya like Brookside, what we call New KCC, and others beginning to offer extension services to the farmers that they reach. And so we would like to say that for the Nigerian sector, for you to be able to manage the extension better, particularly those who benefit from this extension, like the processors and other people in the value chain, they should be able to come on board. Extension must be linked to key services, because if you don't do that, then I will train a farmer to do breeding, and then he is not able to get that service. Then it becomes more like a waste of resources if then farmers are not able to implement some of the key ideas or factors that we ask them to do. So what my advice would be for the Nigerian sector is that as you do extension, it would be prudent to link extension to key services that farmers need. And these key services include, one, input supply, because once you tell a farmer to use a particular input to improve productivity, then that should be available. Two, extension should be linked to veterinary services. Because the challenges that farmers face, some of them are animal health and diseases, and those need to be addressed as the farmers go ahead. Three, extension should be linked to veterinary services, because farmers need them to be able to keep their animals well. And then I think lastly, extension should be linked to market, because if you don't do a market-led approach to extension, is that when a farmer has produced milk the way you told him to, and he doesn't have a place to take it, then you also end up with a major challenge. So in terms of process, I think aggregation comes first, so that you can make good value of the people that you bring together. And two, targeted involvement of key stakeholders that we want to involve. If we want to involve women, youth, to be able to join the aggregated groups. And then lastly, model the extension around services, so that as we train farmers, they are able to get the services and the information they require to ensure that they increase productivity.
Thank you, President. I think we have missed Dr. Khanna, who is not yet on board. So at this point, I want to say thank you to all our panelists and our participants for this insightful discussion. And all lessons are documented and will be passed to the relevant sector. Thank you so much. Mr. Stephen Hussain, you are welcome. I'm sure he is for our next panel. So I would say thank you and goodbye.
Thank you so much, Hafsat. That was wonderful, Dr. Hafsat. And thank you to our wonderful panelists. There have been lots of questions coming through. I would encourage the panelists to please stay on and respond to these questions. They've been coming through on the platform, the site. So please stay on in the conversation and respond to all the great questions that have come through. Fisayo, I don't know if you're going to respond to any of those questions directly, or whether you're going to what the best approach is for responding to questions.
Thank you, Ndidi, and thank you, Dr. Afsa, for a great session. We thank all the panelists as well. We have started responding to questions on the chat boxes, and that would continue. Because we are running behind and we do not have much time, I would just like to move to the next panel discussion, where we'll be talking about the role of policy in enabling the growth of the Nigerian dairy sector. At this point, I'd like to invite Ndidi again, who is the moderator of this session.
Very much, Fisayo, and thank you to all of you for sticking with us. I'm going to ask all the panelists to please put on their videos. I believe we have a range of very dynamic panelists who are joining us today, and I'd like to make it as much as possible a panel discussion. We have Mr. Peter Waniki from the Eastern and Southern Dairy Association in Kenya. We have Mr. Rajesh Gupta, who is the National Dairy Development Board Chair in India. Mr. Stephen Hassan, who is a consultant out of Australia. Thank you for joining us. I know it's quite late at night. And we have Hajia Amina Habib, Deputy Director in the Development Finance Division of the Central Bank of Nigeria. A strong advocate for the dairy sector. Can all the panelists please put on their microphones, but put on your videos, but mute your microphones until it's time for us to engage with you in a discussion. Okay, so while we wait for the other panelists, I'll start with Stephen. Stephen, thank you so much for your patience. I know it's quite late in Australia, so thank you for joining us at this time of the day. I have been to Australia and I marvel at how advanced the dairy sector is in Australia. And I would love for you to tell us how policy has shaped a critical role in the advancement of the dairy sector. How does the private sector engage with government? How do consumers engage with government and the private sector to ensure an enabling environment for the dairy sector?
Hello, Ndidi. It's actually still late afternoon here. The sun's still out. So
Wonderful.
the way the dairy industry works here is we've gone through a phase of being relatively regulated, where the government controls the amount of drinking milk available, and then any extra milk that was produced depended on the local and international market. That ended 20 years ago. We're now in a world where it is entirely operated by the individual farmers, contractual relationships with the corporate sector, and the corporate sector clearly having contractual relationships with their customers. Government has now very little involvement, historically had quite a large involvement, very little involvement, except in the area of quality and the wider safety of inputs in terms of fertilizers, herbicides, and the quality status of the milk. That's where our industry has evolved.
pretty amazing. So the government is more of an enabler. But does the government provide any preferential support, subsidy supports to dairy farmers in terms of financing, and does the government in any protect the local dairy industry in any way? You're close to New Zealand; they have a very competitive dairy sector. So I'm just curious about some of those.
It's quite interesting. You've embedded 3 questions in that, and I'll attempt to pull them apart. Our cousin New Zealand versus Australia, they have a form of protection that is very sophisticated, doesn't distort the production sector in terms of effective farmers versus ineffective farmers. And the net result of that version of support is that if you look back 20 years, both countries produced about 10 billion litres of milk. 20 years on from 20 years ago, New Zealand is now on 20 billion, and we have shrunk from 10 to 8. We are looking for ways now to not be defeated by New Zealand. We're happy to be defeated in rugby union. We are not happy to be defeated in agriculture. In terms of subsidies from government, there are a few. They're dressed up in a way where they pretend that they don't exist, but there are. They're relatively small. When the economists pull it apart, it's 2, 3, 4% of the value. It's principally around drought support when there's extreme change, extreme variability in the climate. The government comes and drops a few dollars into people's pockets. But it equates to 2, 3, 4% of the economy. But beyond that, there's no other, the dairy economy, beyond that, there's no other support.
I'm going to move over to Habib. Welcome, and it's so wonderful to have you. I know your name says Fisayo Kayode, but we know you're clearly Habib. And I just wanted to hear your perspective. You have been the big champion for the dairy sector. What is the role of policy in creating an enabling environment for the dairy sector in Nigeria?
Thank you very much, Ndidi. Thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. First of all, I'll express my appreciation to Sahel and Kodaran for having this platform with important people here and sharing international experiences to develop our own dairy sector. Like you said, the role of policy in developing the Nigerian dairy sector. As we're all aware that the Nigerian dairy sector is actually underdeveloped. We have 20 million cows, and 2.3 million are milking cows, and it's fragmented in a sense that the smallholder dairy households are actually not integrated in the dairy eco space. So the important issue, and we're also import dependent in a sense that 95% of what we're consuming is milk imported from other countries. So when we're talking about policy, we have to look at it at different levels. The macro level, which is the government, the policymakers, and research institutes, and at meso level, the processors, the cold chain service, and the extension service providers. Then we trickle it down to the micro level, the smallholder, dairy farmers, and pastoralists, the fodder producers. When we look at the gap, we will appreciate the important role that policy plays in dairy development. We look at the challenges that we're facing in dairy development, inadequate research, that is in terms of providing quality seeds, breeds. We need to strengthen our research institutes, that we have insufficient data. We're talking about the need for data information to enhance policy formulation, in terms of market research, market segmentation to guide product development as well, and the identification of where our smallholder farmer households are. All this guides policy formulation, the infrastructure, and where we are now in terms of high cost of production and competing with cheaper imports. That leaves our dairy processors disadvantaged. So policy is actually important because it guides the development of the dairy sector. For us at the CBN, we note that we do have a huge market for dairy in Nigeria. We're looking at the population as an advantage. And what role the dairy industry plays in terms of conserving our foreign exchange, economic development, creating employment along the dairy value chain, and also creating business opportunities and enhancing food security. For us at the CBN, we have actually implemented various policy measures to catalyze development in the dairy sector. And one of the key measures we took was to actually restrict access to Forex, to dairy processors, and restricting them to a few so that we can actually catalyze backward integration, which is actually lacking in the dairy sector. And when I'm talking about backward integration, we're talking about processors going back, setting up their own dairy farms, and also integrating the smallholder dairy households, which are actually excluded. So far, we are actually, through that initiative, we are actually involved with a number of dairy companies who are actually doing backward integration and coming to CBN for support. And also through our interventions, like we said, access to finance. Our interventions is to support the agri sector and then dairy as well. And it's at single-digit interest rate, which is at 9%. And that is to enable the processors as well access cheaper funding. And from the CBN end, we have developed a framework for dairy value chain development. Okay. We developed a framework for dairy value chain development, which actually sets targets of what we want to achieve and how we intend to achieve that. And that actually involves integrating smallholder households into the dairy sector, because we realize lessons, and also that we need to integrate these dairy households to make more impact on their livelihoods, and also bring them into the financial inclusion space. We also promoting the Anchor Borrowers program at the CBN, which enables the smallholder farmers access to finance and also linkage to markets. In that case, they have a guaranteed off-taker of the dairy produce. So that's where we are at the CBN, but I would say that in a sense for dairy policy to actually gain traction, there's need for a multi-stakeholder approach towards the development of the dairy sector. We need to strengthen our collaborations and partnerships across all levels. And then we have to look at innovative approach towards developing the dairy sector. We're talking about markets research and a robust database for on the dairy value chain, having a dairy resource center, and also more sensitization and strengthening associations to also play their own role in developing the dairy sector. Thank you.
Madam Habib, you've definitely been a champion inside the CBN and in the marketplace for the dairy sector. We're going to be coming back to you with more questions.
Thank you.
I'm going to turn it over now to Rajesh. Know that India is light years ahead of many countries when it comes to a very developed and advanced dairy sector. I've been to India many times. Milk is affordable, it's available. Can I ask you to share some of your experiences on how you've shaped the ecosystem and the industry, and how you engage with governments to ensure an enabling policy environment? Dr. Gupta, please. Go ahead, sir. I can't hear you for some reason. Maybe take out the microphone. Let's see. Take out the earplug. Okay, can you try again? Let's see if we can hear you. I heard you before and then I muted you, and so let me try again. Go ahead. No, unfortunately we can't hear your audio. Can you take I think you put some earphones into the computer. Can you take them out? I can't seem to hear you. Can you take the earphones out of the computer? Unplug the earphones from the computer. Okay, while we're waiting for Dr. Gupta to get back into the discussion, maybe I can come back to Stephen. Stephen, you talked a bit about the subsidies, and you said they were minimal. And you heard Madam Habib from the central bank talking about what the central bank is doing from a currency perspective, from a funding perspective. Can you give us a sense for how accessible are loans to dairy farmers? What are the type of interest rates that are offered? And what is the industry association doing to support dairy farmers across Australia?
Industry associations are doing small amounts, essentially not very much, and they're not required to do very much. Our banking system's quite mature. Our farms are 95% on freehold title, so the individual farmer owns the land, and the banks are very willing to lend to people with a reasonable cash flow and land security. So essentially, we have no problems with borrowing money. We can borrow, for example, a typical farm can borrow, has about $10 million of assets, so they're quite large in terms of land and cattle and machinery. The banks will allow them to go to about $5 million, but the cash flow viability will only allow them to go to about $3 million of debt. So essentially, funding is no constraint. If you go to your limits, you will probably go broke. There's some interesting messages that I've followed our industry back through a long time period, but over the last 60 years. And what we have learned about extension and making a transition from one system to another. And I'd like to perhaps share a couple of those ideas. Up to 40 years ago, we had a very strange by modern standards extension program. We worked out reasonably quickly that if you attempt to get people to make a lot of changes at once, you'll come at incredible impediments. The sense of risk that you're transferring to me as a producer, the risk of adoption failure, the fact I don't trust the person extending that message. So we adopted a strategy where 2 and 3 areas were sought as most important. And in our world, and probably every other dairy world, it's always feed, it's appropriate breeding, were the dominant areas where they worked on. So we had people essentially going around to farms and spending the night with the farmer. So, and they'd link that to a thing called herd testing, where you're testing the quality of the milk. That allowed those people to get into the minds of the farmer, so they understood the farmers, understood the constraints, understood what was the appropriate technology, and there was a personal trust that developed. If they didn't get on the farm, they would never go back to that farm, but it didn't matter. You'd find someone who's appropriate. That had allowed us to have farmers adopt the 2 or 3 key areas that suited themselves. They had trust in the person, the risk was lower, and technological improvement occurred slowly and then ultimately very quickly. But it relied on trust. It didn't actually rely on professional people going to the farms. They had a professional training team sitting behind them, but they were not up front. So there's a lot of changes like that that are deeper than policy, but have led to us going through a transition.
Idea around extension. When I visited Australia, I was amazed to learn that there were 25,000 farmers in Australia. So in Nigeria, we have maybe 20 million farmers. In terms of dairy farmers, we don't know how many we have, but I can assure you that it's more than 25,000. And extension is broken in our ecosystem. So there's a policy dimension there because you have to fix extension, right? And the government has to get involved in fixing extension and making it more responsive. And you mentioned the word trust. Trust is so critical for dairy communities, even in Nigeria. So that's one thing we have in common with Australia. Very, very insightful. Thank you for sharing. You want to make a follow-on comment before I move to that? Yeah.
Yes, I wouldn't mind making a comment about the use of tariffs when international companies attempt to enter your world. What will happen? You've got two responses that you can possibly make. One is attempt to block them, and the other is attempt to tax them via a tariff. My advice would be don't attempt to block them because they have the mums of your country, middle-class mums wanting that milk. You will never get between a mum and her baby. So you will never successfully block it. So my advice would be is to tax them. Allocate a certain amount of that money to development, whether it's extension, breeding, fodder, internally determine what they are, and perhaps allow a sliding scale of tariff. If you get a proportion of your milk domestically, your tariff is smaller. If you choose to get none domestically out of Nigeria, enjoy the much higher tariff.
That is very, very sound advice. Thank you so much. Never get in between a mom and milk. I like that quote. Use tariffs, use taxes, and consider using them on a sliding scale. Great insight. Can we come back to Dr. Gupta? Hopefully your sound is working now to share with us what India has done to transform your ecosystem. For some reason, we still cannot hear you, sir. I'm not sure. We heard you when you first joined, and I had to mute you, but now we can't hear you. Is the sound on your computer? Wow. Can you exit and come back in? Maybe that will work. Please try and exit the discussion and come back in. Maybe you've turned off the sound by mistake on your computer. Let me come back to Madam Habib. You've heard some of Australia's examples, and I'm sure you were listening in on Kenya. How would you respond, and what can Nigeria do to address some of these practices?
Okay, thank you very much for the feedback. Actually, for Nigeria, what we feel we can learn from other countries, like the gentleman said from Australia, is tariffs, but increase in tariffs, because that way it also helps the indigenous processors, our own local milk production, and make it more competitive. And this is something that government really needs to look at, because you can't outright ban milk importation, but you can make it unattractive so that people can go for the homegrown milk, I should say. And then the other thing is like creating awareness, because there's need to actually do a lot of awareness creation from our end as well, because people need to appreciate what is being developed from home. The other thing, I don't know if it has been mentioned before, but I noticed, like from Ugandan experience, is that they actually developing a master plan, but they also enacted the dairy plan into a bill. You know, and what I noticed with our own stakeholders here is that some are actually apprehensive and thinking about policy reversals that well, after a few years, there'll be a policy reversal. So we keep noticing that apprehension. And it's something that we can learn from those countries, because when you look at Uganda, Uganda is now an exporter of milk products. So these are things that I believe that we need to actually look into to strengthen our own policies as well, and the dairy sector at large.
I think we have Rajat, Mr. Gupta, Dr. Gupta. We could hear your sound, so please go ahead. Yes, we can hear you. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and put on your video so we can see you. Fantastic. Go ahead,
Yeah,
sir.
yeah. So very good
Welcome.
afternoon from India. Yeah, and it is a very important annual dairy conference for local dairy development in Nigeria, and we have a lot to share because India and Nigerian conditions are similar. And as you know, India is the largest milk producer in the world. And currently we are producing around 185 million ton per year, which is the largest in world. And we are having some 300 million bovines, 200 million cows and 100 million plus buffaloes, which is unique to India. For setting the context, I would like to deliberate what we are doing in India. India, dairying is not just a production of milk and milk products. Rather, it is a source of employment and regular income of millions of our countrymen, farmers, women, smallholders, large holders. And predominantly, Indian farmers are smallholders. Every farmer is keeping 2-3 animals. In addition to agriculture, they are doing animal husbandry. They are not pure dairy farmers. They are having small land, less than 2 hectares, and they are keeping 2-3 animals. So this agriculture and animal husbandry are having very deep relationship in India. Very symbiotic relationship because whatever milk is there, they sell in the market and they earn some money, and the dung and the drought animal is used in agriculture. And most of the activities are carried out of the women and household members regarding animals. So whether it is feeding, caring, giving water, milking, etc. And largely milking is done by hand. So, but these small producers has taken India into the world stage, and we are the largest milk producer in the world. And now the story is that how to provide them the market access to these small farmers, which is unique in our country. So currently we are having around 100 million farmers who are engaged in dairying. It's a huge number. And as you know, we are having 6 lakh villages, means 0.6 million villages, and you have to collect milk, provide backward linkages, provide forward linkages, cold storage facilities. So it is a huge task. But this model which we have developed in India and National Dairy Development Board of India is known as Anand model of India, which is the brand Amul, which is famous all over the world. So the story of Amul I will narrate in a short. It started 7 decades back when the small producer, there was a private player. He used to collect milk from the farmers, but as you know, the private business is for their profit. So they used to return very less to farmers. The farmer thought what to do, how to get the good price of their produce. So they came together and they organized themselves in a cooperative. So that was the first cooperative started in one village of Anand district in India. And later on that cooperative became so big. So in every village that cooperative was started. And the experiment was so successful that it led to a wide revolution in India. And in 60s and 50s, we were importing from European market and other developed countries. Now we are having population of 130 crore, and our milk availability is very high, and we are in a position to provide very good milk to our citizens, and we are able to export to other countries also. This much of production we are having. So this stories of Amul, it started from one place. Then the model is typically it's a 3-tier structure where farmers forms an organization in place. They become the member of that dairy cooperative, place dairy cooperative. The work of dairy cooperative is to collect milk of all farmers. So someone will bring 2 liters, some will bring 3 liters, 5 liters, 6 liters. So there will be a bulk milk cooling unit at the village level. So all farmers' fat, SNF, and weight, etc. will be recorded, and the milk will be collected at one place and will be chilled there only in the village. Then second tier, we have a district cooperative milk union, which are having dairy plant They provide logistics, they provide transport. That milk collected in the village will be transported to the district cooperative milk union. The plant is situated middle of the city or middle of the district, where all 1,000 or 2,000 villages milk can come. And this plant will process and manufacture product and other things of the milk. Then there is a third tier structure, which is not known as state federation. We are having India province. So we are currently having 30 provinces. So every state or province will have a milk federation. Now the milk federation work is whatever milk plant or district milk union is there in one state, they will all be the member of this state federation, which will market the entire milk or milk product under a single brand to that state and outside the state and even abroad. So that will provide marketing support, especially branding, market, etc., etc. So this structure is known as three-tier structure of dairy cooperative. And currently, majority of milk business in India is done through these cooperatives. And when this experiment was running in India, then our Prime Minister visited one of this model, this cooperative, and he ordered to set up National Dairy Development Board of India. That was in 1965, which is situated at Anand, Gujarat. That is not in our capital in Delhi. And I am currently speaking from there only. And the mandate of NDDB was to replicate this system all over the India. Because in India, milk is produced in every state. Milk is very essential to our diet, and we can't live without milk. So every farmer, and predominantly now our population 60% is engaged in agriculture. But if you go 20, 30 years back, 70 to 75% population is engaged in agriculture. So obviously every agriculture family keeps animal. So now the NDDB work is to promote this type of structure, cooperative structure, set up dairy plant infrastructure, cold chain infrastructure, provide finance also through banks. We will talk to government, we have their own finance, and sometimes we are also implementing World Bank project to provide finance to these structures, and training, capacity building, professional development, etc., etc., and conduct research and development, product and process innovations, development, research, etc. So all these things are done by National Dairy Development Board, and we have a team of 500 professionals having different background, dairy technologists, veterinarians, finance expert, world development expert, every engineer. So we provide all this support to this structure. Now, NDDB was, when NDDB was formed, World Bank assisted NDDB in implementing Operation Flood program, which is known as all over the world Operation Flood. And these programs were assisted by the World Bank. It was a very big finance from World Bank, and 25 years we implemented this program in India from 1970 to 96. And the result of which is that now India is net exporting country, and our per capita availability of milk is around 450 gram per day, which is way ahead of the world average. And when we in 50s, 60s, the per capita availability was 75, 76 grams. So we were importing powder and other things from the. Now we are self-sufficient country, and our milk production in India is growing around 6.5% CAGR every year in last 10 years. So if you see the world milk production, it is growing 2.5 or 3% CAGR. So we have a very good, means we have done in India, and private sector is also doing the good work. So half of the work is done by cooperative, half of the milk handled by private sector. And currently in India, milk value output is about rupees 7 lakh crore per year, which is come to approximately 100 billion US dollar. That is the total value of milk production which we are doing here. And milk is the largest commodity. Though we are an agriculture country, milk surpasses paddy, wheat, and sugarcane. in terms of value of productions. So milk is a major crop in India now, and it is providing a lot of employment. And so what is the Indian experience? Our first lesson is market orientation and providing market access to rural milk producers. I was seeing the Nigerian note also. In Nigeria also, 90% of milk producers are small farmers. So first challenge is how to provide market access at their doorstep. So we have learned in India that we have to invent a system. We cannot copy the Western system where big farmers are there. So we have to develop a system where small farmers spread all over the country, all over the villages, how to provide market access to these people. So that we do by providing platform at village level by organizing a village level institution of milk production, which is owned, managed and controlled by farmers themselves. So whatever money they earn from the market. Another peculiarity of Indian cooperative dairy structure is that if we earn 100 rupees from market, say $100, our this record till today is that we give back 70 to 80 dollar of that money to the producer, which is never happens anywhere in the world in perishable commodity. 70 to 80% of the consumer rupees we give back to our farmer, the primary producer. We manage entire operations, milk plant operations, cold chain, marketing expenditure, etc. in 20% or 15 to 20%. Some of our very good cooperative are returning even up to 85% to their milk producers because it is controlled, managed and governed by the farmer. So the first lesson is to provide market access. Once you give good price to farmer, good rate of their commodity, farmer come forward to produce more. If you don't provide good rate to farmer, they will not produce milk. That is very clear for any commodity. So you have to ensure how to provide good market and good return to farmers of their produce of their milk. So first lesson for that, you have to work upon market. So our work start from market. We don't start production first, we start from marketing side. Where to market, how we will market, what are the cities, what are the products, how we will cater them, what kind of plant we will need them. Second lesson, which is very important and in India is a huge success, is the creation of farmer-owned organization. Because if you, private sector is good, but in India also private sector is returning to farmer because there is a competition of cooperative. When we are retaining 80% of the consumer rupees, they have to do. Otherwise, there is no cooperative, there is no countervailing force. The return to farmer get minimized and there is no incentive for farmer to produce milk, which is happening. So if a country like Nigeria, they have to develop, they have to foster both sector, private as well as cooperative. Then only this industry will go fine. I am not telling that you promote cooperative only, but you have to foster cooperative, you have to foster private, and there will be healthy competition between two. Then only there will be a good return to farmer and good value of product to consumer also. So the second lesson is creation of farmer-owned institutions. And we have a very good experience, and we are always, means every year we are receiving a lot of developing countries, African delegates, other countries, and we are sharing our experience. We are showcasing that what we have done and how we can help them, and they can, and we can learn from them. And third lesson, what these cooperative do, we not only purchase their milk, we provide the backward input services for production enhancement, which is very important. Suppose a farmer is keeping cow, he need cattle feed, he need fodder seed, he need fodder, he need AI services, he need veterinary health services. So he is not to depend upon private veterinarian or government veterinarian. These cooperative are hiring their own veterinarian. And we are having a system where farmer will call the milk union that my animal is sick. And within 4 hours, our veterinarian, these cooperative veterinarians will go with medicines, will everything and will treat animal. Because these veterinarians, professionals are hired by cooperative, so they are always in their control and they are always at their services. So second services, we should have a strong input services department. So all AI, whatever is required for milk production is fulfilled by these cooperative. Farmer need not to look anywhere. these unions, these our milk cooperatives are having very big 1,000 ton, 2,000 ton capacities of cattle feed plant. So they have their own system of providing input services. Then third thing is use of technology. So whatever is latest, you have to use it. So like in milk procurement, because I told you currently we are procuring milk from around 2 lakh villages. So you should have a latest technology. We are having automatic milk collection systems. Everything is computerized. SMS will go to farmer as soon as he will pour the milk. Fat and SNF will be detected, will be tested on the moment. And the farmer will know what is the price of his milk based on his fat and SNF. So he will be motivated to feed animal to look after because he gets a good price of if his milk gives good fat and SNF. So we are using all technology. Our milk plant are state-of-the-art technology plant. We have now installed bulk milk cooler everywhere. Earlier, we used to transport milk in cans. Now we have put chilling units at village level only. As soon as the milk comes, it immediately go for chilling, which preserves the quality of milk. So you have to use the latest technology in developing milk business in a country. Another thing, you have to have professional managers. You have to have a good leaders who can provide direction to cooperative. They are the farmer members. Along with them, you have to have a good professional, good dairy technologist, good plant managers, good engineers, and you have to develop them, their skills, and this should be a continuous program. So professional and leaders, when these two come together, they create a very strong organization, and that serves the purpose. So always look for a good professional and nurture them and provide them good remuneration also, good salary also, otherwise they will go away. So that is again a challenge because private industry is competing. So we always tell our cooperative that you have to give good to hire a good professional, otherwise nobody will come.
This is so inspiring, Dr. Gupta. India is such a phenomenal success story. Can you zero in on the role of policy though and the government's
now what government is doing in India, we are always telling, and because I told you that cooperatives are providing, or milk is providing a lot of employment. Around 100 million people are engaged in this business. So government is supporting this cooperative. They are promoting the enabling environment. Legally they are supporting. Then industry for plant, now we are having a big funding program, Dairy Infrastructure Development Fund. So all private sector and cooperative sector can take loan, and interest subvention is done by the government, union government and state government. So the industry gets a loan at a very cheaper price, and they can put the local unit and start production. So they can compete with the others. So another program. Then another policy decision is that how to increase the yield of our animals, production enhancement. So government of India is doing a lot of work, lot of enabling things, and we are having a breeding policy of every area. What type of cow, and you know that India is having around 2 dozen of our own indigenous animal cows, this breed, and about dozen buffalo meal, which is very good because they are the local breeds and they are good for the environment. So we decide that what kind of breed has to develop in one area. Then what kind of crossbreeding we will go. So that government will control this. It is not that anybody is free to keep any type of animal. So AI, breeding, then disease control. So we are running a big program of animal disease control. So government is supporting, private sector is asked to produce vaccine. Government will purchase and will provide to all. We are running a very big program like children immunization, human health, we are running for animals. So the major disease like Brucellosis, FMD, etc., it is done by government. Then we have a policy not to encourage export, import of milk and milk products. So government of India regulated periodically that what is the situation of milk in the country, milk and milk product, when to allow import, when to allow export. So the intention is that the domestic producers should not get at the disadvantageous position. So government has to intervene in that because you have to continuously monitor the environment and take the appropriate decision time to time. So government help in that. So in nutshell, government is helping, and there are several type of policies, and dairy board help government in taking the right decision. They organize private sector workshop also, cooperative also, what is happening, how to promote.
I love it. I love it. I'm so inspired by what India is doing. Two last questions, if you can briefly respond.
Yeah, please.
The first one is around gender. Women play a very important role in the milk dairy sector, in the dairy sector in India, in Nigeria. What policies have been put in place to ensure that women are empowered and have agency? And then the second question is, who funds the dairy board? How are you self-sustaining?
Okay. Yeah. It's a good question. Because you started the policy thing, so the sixth lesson was I couldn't complete it. Is the encouraging women participation in the dairy industry, especially in the milk production. So we have a policy. Whatever cooperatives are coming, 50% membership will be of women. We have a clear-cut policy. Because if you say there are 10 work done for the animal, 7 are done by the women. And so in real term, women are the real milk producer in our country. They feed animal, they provide water to animal, they milk animal, they clean the milk shed, everything, animal shed, everything is done by women. So we are promoting women. So 50% women should be women. In some state, cow and buffaloes are distributed to women only, 50% subsidy. And it will be given to women only. And we have several programs also where we promote women involvement in dairying. So we will award them somewhere, we will appreciate. There is a yearly award. Women will be provide a lot of capacity and training, awareness, exposure visit. 50% members should be there. There's a program, we have recently calculated National Dairy Plan, where exclusive women dairy cooperative was formed. We banned no male cooperative will be formed, only women. So women are encouraged in every aspect of dairying. So there is a clear-cut policy. We have to encourage women. Second question, I think I am able to answer your first question.
Thank you very much. This is fantastic. I think we've learned so much from the India example, and you've inspired all of us today.
Yeah, second question.
Second question was around how you said you have 500 employees. You're doing all this great work.
Yeah.
And I mean, we would love to strengthen our own dairy board, our own dairy association here. I was asking, so how are you self-sustaining? How are you
now I will go to this second question. In 1965, when dairy board was set up in India, our founder chairman, Dr. Varghese Kurian, who got the World Food Prize also, he is respected like anything. On 26 November, we are celebrating his 100th birth anniversary. 10 years ago, he passed away. He is very revered figure in milk. So, Dr. Varghese Kurian, when the Operation Flood program, I told you the World Bank funded the program. World Bank and other developed countries used to give donated commodity to third world countries, ghee and milk powder, means this milk fat and milk powder. So what was happening at that time, many of the countries will take and will distribute to its population free of cost. Now, Dr. Kurian invented a formula where the domestic milk industry will not be hit and we will generate some revenue out of this gifted commodity. So dairy board handled this gifted commodity and we provided to consumers at a price. And whatever money was generated, it was invested in developing the cooperative, providing finance to cooperative. These I told you, this is structure. And then these finances were returned back to NDDB. So we are having a very good corpus, very high corpus, where we are managing all these activities. Though dairy board is a government, it's a organization by an act of our Indian Parliament, but we are having our own corpus, which was generated by flowing this gifted commodity milk to the business, and then we ask cooperative to return back when they become viable. So that money is there and we are managing. And secondly, NDDB is having its own subsidiaries also. So we are having a subsidiaries who are manufacturing dairy equipment, because at that time we used to import all dairy equipment. So we started our own company, which is known as IDMC, Indian Dairy Manufacturing, which is 100% Indian, is NDDB subsidiary. Then we are having a vaccination plant, which is known as Indian Immunologicals Limited, which is owned by NDDB. So all these business entities are earning money and returning back. And some we are charging to the cooperative also. Whatever we provide them, it is not totally free of cost. It has certain fees. So that is how we are running, and we are not taking any money from government. Single paisa of taxpayer. Because we have generated so, and we are very beautifully utilizing these all corpus and putting them in investment and this thing. So till today we are having 500 more professionals, and it's a very, it is very well-known established organization in India. And recently NDP-1 was financed by World Bank, and they have given a very high rating to NDP-1, which we implemented 6 years. If you go to World Bank site, you will find. So this was again a World Bank product. Just in the March, we have concluded this project. Fantastic. So that is how NDDB Dairy Board is run.
Fantastic. This is a great lesson for us in Nigeria. And I love the fact that you're self-sustaining, you're market-driven, and you've generated solutions to solve some of the problems in the industry. So well done. I'm going to come back to Stephen and Madam Habib for some concluding remarks. You've heard about the India example. We've heard about the Australia example. Can you share a concluding remark? If you were talking to Nigerian entrepreneurs, Nigerian policymakers, what message would you send to them? We have a sense of urgency to rebuild and retool. COVID-19 has reinforced how important food is, and the dairy sector is to our livelihood. So what message would you give to the Nigerian ecosystem? I'll start with Stephen and then come to Madam Habib.
If I had a single message for Nigerians, is focus on the people who are doing the work. It's highly likely to be the women. It's highly likely to be deeply integrated into their communities. They will have a deep sense of achieving something for their family and not taking on more risk. There's clearly an issue that goes on about my capital base is my number of cows. That appears to be causing a problem of having excessive stocking rates, and therefore no animal is well fed. That needs to be understood, and I don't know how to address it, but it needs to be understood. But you'll only get to a solution. I understand working through the value chain, but if you don't mentally work through the value chain to the person doing the first step of work and do something that appeals to them, I don't think you'll achieve anything as quickly as you possibly could.
Sorry, Ndidi, are you there?
I said thank you so much, Stephen, for your great insights and for sharing the Australia example. And now to Madam Habib. You are sitting in a position of authority. Obviously, you have a shape policy. But what message would you give to the Nigeria dairy sector? What must we do to transform this ecosystem? And what must the government do to provide an enabling environment? We've heard the examples from Australia and India. What are some tangible next steps for us coming to this dairy conference?
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. But you know, when I listen to what everybody is saying, and I look at what we are doing based on our framework, I believe that we are on the right track. Yes, it will take a while to get there, but we are on the right track because currently we're actually advocating for the Anchor Borrowers program, which is something we have developed for smallholder dairy farmers. And what we have incorporated in the Anchor Borrowers program is funding for pasture development, breed improvement, and veterinary care, and them having a 1 to 2 hectare land to graze their cows. So that minimizes the movement, the nomadic nature, and also makes them more sedentary. And it also links them to market, like I said. And this actually would make them see the benefits and see dairy as a business, and also encourage others to key in to the dairy business. The other aspect that I would also say is that the issue of incentives for dairy processors. This is something that is very key. We talked about increasing tariffs, but also there's need to have incentives for our own dairy processors who are into production. Government is doing its best. We can do more to provide that enabling the environment. What I'm hearing here is the Dairy Development Fund, which is something that I'm also interested in, because the dairy sector needs a lot of funding to bring it up to speed. When I say funding, we're talking about investment in infrastructure, research, and product development along the dairy sector. So I think that is quite key as well in developing the dairy sector. And like I said earlier, awareness creation, particularly smallholder households. When we talk about awareness creation, yes, we're talking about the consumption end, and then we're talking about the smallholder households so that we can integrate them into the dairy ecospace. Some might not buy in so quickly into breed improvement, but as we create more awareness and they see the benefits of it, I believe that they will key into it. That's the smallholder farmers. So from the government perspective, I believe that we need to strengthen institutions, provide policies that are favorable for local production, and also create an enabling environment by providing infrastructure, security, and access roads. Thank you, Ingrid.
So I want to thank our three dynamic speakers insights they've shared today. Thank you, Stephen, for sharing the Australian story and for inspiring us about what is possible by what Australia has been able to achieve. Thank you, Dr. Gupta, for inspiring us with the Indian story. It's been fantastic hearing how India has evolved from when it is today to being the largest producer of milk in the world, leveraging a regulatory model. And thank you, Madam Habib, for your insight and for reinforcing that Nigeria is on that path. We're learning, we're growing, creating an enabling environment through the work of ALDDN, Fodaran, the CBN, and so many other stakeholders. ESMA, I think we will achieve what India has achieved, and hopefully even surpass what India has achieved. So on behalf of Sahel, ALDDN, and Fodaran, I want to thank you. Please on your video, Stephen, so we can take a picture of the four of us. I want to thank you for your time. I want to thank you for your insights, and want to thank you for your fantastic contribution. We'll be reaching out to you to follow up. God bless you all, and enjoy the rest of your day. I'll hand over to Simon at this point. Thank you again, Dr. Gupta, for the great work. Thank you, Madam Chief. Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you. Do it from my office, from my laptop.
Thank you very much, Indidi.
I'd like to introduce the next panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Indidi, for the very powerful panel. And thanks to our panelists. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Mrs. Amina. Thank you very much, Rajesh. I'll be moving on to the next panel session. And please, if you have any question, do not forget to drop your questions under the chat box under the stage tab. So I'll be inviting Deji Adebusoye, who is a principal at Sahel Capital, to anchor the next panel discussion. Deji, if you can hear me, please join the stage so that we can have your panel session now. Apologies for the delay. Deji is currently trying to join and we'll have him live shortly.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Hello, Alaji.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Fisayo, can you hear me too?
Yes, I can. I can hear you. Hello, Deji, can you hear me? It seems he's having some issues with his network. Okay, at this point, I'd just like to welcome the panelists. We have Mr. Laoye Jayola, who is the CEO of National Economic Summit Group.
And we also have Alhaji Muhammad Abubakar, who is the president of Kodaran and the managing director of LNZ Integrated Dairy Farms. Welcome to this panel. I'll try to start off while we wait for JJ, who is the moderator, to take over. So please, I would like to start with Mr. Laoye. Can you please share with us, in your capacity, how has NESG been able to contribute to the investments of the Nigerian dairy sector?
Well, again, it's important for me to stress that NESG is a policy think tank. And what we do is working with government, both at the national and subnational level, to ensure the environment for doing business is right. So what do we do? First and foremost, we're involved in ensuring that we empanel sufficient dialogue partnership. We provide a dialogue for everybody in this case, in agri space, for instance, to participate and to discuss and to look at it. But before that, one of the things we do is to ensure that we allow evidence to drive whatever discussion is it that we have. So it's evidence.
Oh, sadly, we lost Mr. Laoye, but we have Deji now on live and is going to take over this panel discussion. Deji.
Yeah, hello. Hi. My apologies. There were some technical issues. Good morning, everyone. My video will come on shortly, but in the meantime, I will take over from where Fisayo has stopped. Thank you very much, Fisayo. Welcome, MD Abubakar, and I know one or two other people were expecting to join the panel, and they will join shortly, and as soon as they join, we will feed them right back into the conversation that we are having. But to continue the conversation, since we have MD Abubakar on the call already, MD, I would like to ask one of the things that we are, that is very obvious to everyone that will be listening to us are, how to attract investors into the dairy sector in Nigeria. If there's someone who has done that and done it successfully well, it is you, as the MD and CEO of LNZ Integrated Farms. So would you like to shed some light and, give some insight to the people listening to us on how they can, attract investment into the sector?
Thank you very much, Deji. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, dairy value chain, it's I would say, as the way things are going in the country, it's a darling of investors, both direct foreign and local investors. So all you need to do is to position yourself as a dairy farmer or dairy processor to attract these opportunities. As they just say, we've done that successfully. Haven't realized this situation much earlier. It's now left for others to take advantage. It's now that it's even clearer and a much better environment with great hope. We are all aware that by default or design, the government is looking inwards for its food security, and there's no better player than dairy sector in this regards. So and government is doing that by not making available enough foreign exchange for importers of food items, particularly dairy, into the country. And I would have loved that this happens by design, not by default. because we have the capacity, we have the ability, we have the wherewithal, we have the means. So all that is needed is a government deliberate effort of bringing a backward integration or import substitution program for people to take advantage of. So I know that is ongoing, but as I said, by default is the government knowing fully well that they don't have enough foreign exchange to look now in a way to encourage backward integration. And so once you position yourself to take advantage of this investment, as I said earlier, you will attract investment. One is you can play in any aspect of the value chain, from production to bulking, milk collection to processing. It's a mega opportunity. So all you need to do is once you demonstrate that you have the capacity and you have the commitment and the willingness to take part or to play in any of the value chain, then there are a lot of existing multinationals that they are forced by default, as I said, to look inward for their raw materials, and the darling or the low-hanging fruits will be those that had already started in whichever aspect of the value chain you are. So in production, if you like, you can start a ranch. You can start by bringing in local cows, and then probably try to improve the bloodline by bringing exotic semen to inseminate your local cows to have a hybrid that will give a higher yield of milk with a low vulnerability to local diseases. And you can even go further by being an aggregator. That is, you can now bring in other dairy farmers around your area and then establish milk bulking centers, and then you collect the milk and then you sell it to local processors. And you can also engage in the processing yourself. As we all know that powdered milk, for instance, require high volume of milk. And I know for a fact that if you're able to harness the milk, half of the milk that is available in this country, you'll be able to have a very good powdered milk processing center. This is an investment that once you demonstrate that is workable, you will invite investors into it. So you can see in any part of the value chain, you can really be a big player and invite investors. So what we did in our own case to be everywhere, that is from the production through the bulking or milk collection to processing. And then we are now seeing the advantage of playing in all these places, and I'm sure the investment we attracted first was in our ability to now go and identify local smallholder pastoralists and organize them into cooperatives and establish milk collection centers where we evacuate milk from and bring into our processing center. This also did not only attract investors, but also development partners. So you can see that it will be, as I said, you will be a darling of all if you are able to be focused and be very serious. So it's a double advantage. One, you will attract investment. Two, there's money in it. That is a sustainable business because it's profitable and you can make money in any of this aspect of the value chain.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, MD. I think that was really very insightful. You've talked a lot about these opportunities, the different parts of the value chain that different players can play in. And, as an individual, and I'm sure many people who are listening as well are trying to zero in on what part of that value chain, even if they do not have the capacity to, to do all that at once. But the other question that'll be going through their minds would be, is it really just as easy as that, or are there things to watch out for? Are there major challenges that one will need to deal with as one looks to invest in the sector. So what would you say are the key challenges that you have had to battle with, or some of the other challenges that you are still battling with that would require people to pay attention to?
Yeah, so you first and foremost, you have to prepare yourself to face all the challenges any manufacturer face in Nigeria. And then added to that, you have a unique challenge of a dairy business. So we all know the major challenges a manufacturer faces: multiple taxations, deteriorated infrastructure, power, non-availability, or now additionally, recently, high cost of power, even when it's available. And then utilities that other people take for granted here in Nigeria is a major aspect of a project cost that you devote some capital into. So these are major challenges that every manufacturer faces that is not, you are not actually, you as a dairy farmer also face similar challenges. And then you have a unique challenge, which is cold chain infrastructure. Cold chain infrastructure is key to dairy business, and unfortunately, in Nigeria, as you all know, it's a little above zero. The cold chain infrastructural development. So some of these things you have to provide yourself. You have to provide cooling facilities in your own premises. You need to provide cold chain in transporting your product to market, and even your raw material desires same cold chain level that you need to maintain. And after production, you're putting your products in, you're keeping your products is not at normal temperature. It also needs a cold chain facility. So you see, the whole is a whole cold chain infrastructural business. So this is a major challenge you need to face in Nigeria. And then again, you're going to face another major challenge of operating in an environment where it's an importer's heaven. So all the policies are in current Nigeria situation is more in favor of importers of dairy products than local producers. You hardly produce at a cost that you can compete with cheaper imports. The tariff for cheaper import for imports is extremely low. The equipment for the processing of dairy products in Nigeria is not zero as always proclaimed by government. And you also have challenges of the culture of non intake of fresh dairy products. Our taste buds as we grow had always been directed at evaporated milk and powdered milk. So we are used to taking our coffee extremely creamy, and that doesn't happen with milk, with fresh milk. And so you will see that you will always operate in the sour milk, sour milk products industry, and that also you cannot compete at the mass market because it's dominated by the multinationals that bring in their raw material at a very cheaper rate. And then it means you need to create a niche market. So almost every player now gets into that niche market. So the niche market is getting saturated, and and we're not more than 0.1% in it. If 99%, 99.9% almost is dominated by the multinationals, and they are solely or mostly import based. So these are the challenges that you have to brace yourself up for as you go into dairy business. But as I always tell people, then with all these challenges, why are you into it? So far, it has proven that it's still profitable. That's what makes Nigeria great. They said even if you package whatever it is, as long as it's going to be consumed you can always get value for it in Nigeria and you make money. And so this, I think, is what is keeping us going. So we need more people to come in so that we form a strong body. As you know, we are co-organizers of this event, Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, and we're trying as much as possible to recruit members so that we'll have a voice to change policies that will favor the local dairy industry in our country, and hopefully will be like India and other dairy hubs of the world.
Thank you very much, MD. And you know, you touched on policy at that point, and so I think it's a good point where Dr. Maigari joined us in this call. So for the sake of those who are listening to us, Dr. Maigari is a well-respected public administrator and business executive in Nigeria. He's had a number of portfolios in Kaduna State, including Commissioner of Agriculture, Commissioner of Commerce and Tourism, and now he's most recently as a Commissioner for Agriculture and Forestry. Welcome, Dr. Maigari. I want to direct the next question to you, Dr. Maigari. MD talked about policy, and one of the things that we always think about is how do we ensure that across the entire value chain, there is consistency of policies, especially from the government's perspective. So it would be good if you can give us, you know, what are your views on the policy landscape for the dairy sector in Nigeria? How do you see that shaping up over the next couple of years as people think of coming into the dairy sector from an investment perspective? Hello, Dr. Maigari. Did you hear the question? Okay, I'm not sure if Dr. Maigari can hear me.
It's not muted. It's not muted.
No, I don't think he can hear because
is he not muted?
No, I don't think so. Okay, I think the technical team will help to get across to him to resolve the issue, and then as soon as we have him back, we'll be able to. Dr. Maigari, can you hear me? Okay, so we will hold on, and then as soon as we can get him back, we will continue the discussion with him. MD, I will have to come back to you. I think Mr. Jayola is also back into the call. Mr. Jayola, can you hear me? Okay, I'm not sure he can hear me either. So MD, I will have to come back to you, and I think you will have to start answering that question that I raised to Dr. Maigari. What are the roles that you think from a policy perspective that most players in the dairy sector would be looking to in the coming months and years ahead? So it's good to hear that perspective from, you know, an operator's perspective. Then maybe at some point it would be good to hear from someone in either that is looking at policy as well. So from your own perspective, in very few words, how would you, what are the policy direction you would be looking at, you know, the government to provide guidance on? Hello, MD. Hello, just to be sure, can anyone hear me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you actually, Deji.
It doesn't seem as if any of the panelists can hear me.
Yeah, what's the problem?
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Jayola, can you hear me?
Fisayo.
Yes, I can hear Mr. Jayola, but I'm not sure if he can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you, but I can't hear. I can hear my Gary. I think it's gone. I can see his screen.
Can you hear Deji? Deji, can you please speak again?
Yeah, Mr. Jayola, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Hello, Dr. Manzo, can you hear me? Can you please unmute yourself? Just click on the second button below the video to unmute yourself. Hello, Dr. Ratan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, Deji, can you please go ahead with Dr. Ratan?
Hello, Dr. Ratan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear you too, Fisayo.
Okay, very good.
And I can hear Utorata.
I think
So
Deji is missing. Fisayo, maybe
yes,
you can continue the panel when Deji comes in.
Okay, all right, thank you. So, Dr. Ratan, I'd like to ask you, from your experience in developing the dairy sector, what were the investment strategies that was put in place, focused on developing smallholder dairy farmers and making them formally inclined into the dairy sector?
Yeah, thank you, Fisayo. See, when we had started the cooperative movement for the dairy development in India, we had been given a lot of international assistance from the World Food Program, from the World Bank, from the European community. And all these things we had initially gone making into investments of. First thing was to build up the cooperative network at the basic village level. These were all farmer-centric organizations so that we could collect the milk. And the basic aim was that to the farmers, we will be making payments on the basis of the production plus cost. They should not be making any loss. But that is how they will produce more and more milk. The investments that we secured at that time, we built up some of the large dairy plants in the metro cities of India so that we could build up market around that. So that was the initial phase for something like 20 years, during which a lot of financial assistance and commodity assistance was received by India as aid. And as a result of it, during that period, we used that money to build up various cooperatives, the dairy plants, the infrastructure for procurement of milk. And this involved large amounts of subsidies also. All the money that was given to the cooperatives for village development, leadership development, membership development, they were mainly 100% subsidies. But over the period now, for example, during the last 20 years, the assistance is either from the profits that are being generated by the cooperatives against which the loans are obtained, plus the state governments. Now the central government, initially, second phase they did not give. The central governments have been, state governments have been giving a lot of financial assistance for making investments. So it is twofold. One is the investments from the cooperatives. Second is the investment from the government, which could be in the form of loans. And these loans are repaid. These are all 100% loans now. Now, this is how the cooperatives developed. after 1991, we had opened up the sector completely for the private sector. In fact, if you see, as of today, we have something like 350 dairy plants in the cooperative sector, but in the private sector, we have 800 dairy plants. The investment in the private sector was far, far higher than what it had been made by the cooperatives. The private sector investments are made either by the entrepreneurs themselves, or they take the loans from the development loans from various banks. And based on that, these are the ones that they build up. The difference between the cooperative and the private sector investments is that whereas in cooperatives, if they happen to make investment, procure milk at the rate at which it is remunerative for the farmers, and if they happen to incur some marginal losses, these losses are given as development losses by the government. But in case of the private sector, most of the investments are commercial. And these commercial investments, they mainly concentrate on purchasing milk from the farmers and marketing it. Whereas in the cooperatives, whenever they market, the profits that they make from out of profits, they give bonuses and dividends to the farmers as shareholders. And there is no such system in the private sector. The private sector mainly works on purely commercial basis, and all the profits are actually plowed back either into the same business or maintaining that business. So that is the difference of investment that we have in India as well, in India in cooperatives and the private sector both. Both the sectors are effectively dependent upon each other. If you see, the prices paid to the farmers are the ones that are guided by the cooperatives. And they are made in such a manner that the farmers are today making more and more investment in their own system, and therefore producing more and more milk. At one time, we were producing just about 1% per annum. Today, our growth rate in milk production is 6% per annum, which is consistent for the last 4 years, 5 years, and is quite high. So for 2 decades, we had the rate of growth of between 3.5 and 4.5%. So we are consistently growing in milk production as a result of these investments that have been made. So what I believe is that for the Nigerian dairy sector, which is, I believe there are many similarities between the Indian and the Nigerian dairy sector. For example, you have very low productivity of cattle. You have low productivity per farmer household. The spread of milk production is very thin. These are the situations that we faced almost about 50 years ago. And we have gradually developed the entire system in a farmer-centric manner. So what is actually required is there has to be a mix of both the government investments as well as the private sector investment. Both have to go hand in hand, and both have to build it up. One more thing that we did through the cooperatives in India is that we integrated the entire mechanics from production, procurement, purchase, marketing, payment systems, providing of technical inputs like artificial insemination, health services, cattle feed, fodder development, extension network. The cooperatives have completely integrated all these activities into one group. It's not as if the health service you have to depend upon the government. For cattle feed, you have to depend upon somebody else. For fodder, you have to depend upon other organizations. For artificial insemination, still on other organizations. Most of our well-set cooperatives today have their own semen banks, their own artificial insemination network, their own health network, their own cattle feed plants, their own fodder development. They provide seeds to the farmers according to their requirements. So this is a complete integration that has happened in the cooperatives. Private sector does not provide these facilities unless there is some kind of an assistance. And now the government is working out a model in collaboration with the private sector also, so that the private sector can provide facilities like cattle feed supplies and AI, etc., etc. This is how our investments are working in India.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ratan, for sharing such insightful discussion. So I can see from what you've said that strategic partnerships between the public and private sector is what helped in elevating the Indian dairy sector about 50 years ago. My next question will now be directed to Mr. Jayola, and I would like to ask you how we can position the Nigerian dairy sector.
Hello?
Can you hear me, Mr. Laoye?
Hello?
Okay, so I would like to ask you how to share with us how you think we can best position the Nigerian dairy sector to attract investment.
Well, again, first and foremost, I think on the government side, there is a need for consistency of policy. I mean, if you look at it, currently we have about 4 different policy and plans at work that have implication for the dairy industry, ranging from what we have in ECOWAS and all the ones in Nigeria. Sometimes some of these policies have unintended consequences as they conflict one another. So there's a need for us to do a proper organization of these policies so that as much as possible we can define what is it we need to do. Again, I think more than ever before, one of the challenges we have has been how can we come together and share experiences. One of the things I found out is that there are tremendous work being done on the part of the private sector, on the part of groups like ALDDN and then Sahel, on the part of many development partners that are still in silos. We should find putting them all together so that it can work. But on our part, all we need therefore is, and which is what we do at NASD, to ensure that we pull in all that we need to have, and people should have listening ears. One of the things I found out is that there's a tendency for people to look at things only from their own angle. But if you work at the national interest, there's room for everyone. For instance, there are challenges around security. One of the things that have affected the dairy industry, everybody, has been this concept around do we graze or do we do ranching? And because of some unintended consequences around security about fear, we haven't managed it very, very well. So sharing experiences like how a place like Kenya had moved from where they were to where they are now, especially in Africa. Sometimes when you go to India and go to the likes of Netherlands, people tell you, okay, what they are out there. Sometimes we need to share successes within our own geopolitical area with people. So I think it's experience sharing. I think we need more dialogue, but I think we need more lead on the part of the government. But more importantly, there is a tendency to always concentrate at the federal level, forgetting that we need to carry people at the sub-regional level. I mean, the work that your company is doing now is limited to about 5 states. After that, a good test in Oyo and Kano. But we need to get more to people. I think it's more of, first and foremost, consistency in what we say, seriousness in following through, sanctity of contract. That's what will drive investment into that area. People will then see it is feasible. They then don't see agri as more only from the point of subsistence, but they will see it more from the point of view of how much a business it is. Those are my initial thoughts.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Laoye. So I can see from your discussion points that we all have a role to play in this sector: the government, the private investors, financial institutions, and other key stakeholders in the sector. I would like to now ask a follow-on question, that how can we have the dairy policy embed into it a kind of investment structure that would compel investors to, come into the dairy sector and look inwards in improving local dairy sourcing?
Said it's all a how I don't like the word compel. The word compel, it's a business matter. If it's feasible, I come in there. If not feasible, I don't go in there. The private sector goes after businesses that are viable, that are good enough. But when we sit down together and share experiences, when we create a forum that it can show the win-win for everybody, people will tag along. I think what is basically missing a lot is that information, knowledge is in silos. We're not sharing it enough. And even when it's being shared, there are not many people that are embracing that enough. So we should find a forum where all of us can sit together, including government, including the private sector, and including the work that you're doing with development partners, that people will then need to see this is the way forward. And then the investors can see the investment opportunity there. And government then come up and then assure them that your investment in this area is sure. For instance, if I invest in all the things you want about dairy, and tomorrow, due to ECOWAS tariff agreement, anybody can import in everything as they like, what will be the cost of the investment I've done? So you see, those are the things we need to do. In one break, I believe that the market should be free. However, I still believe that you should protect your infant industry to an extent. These are things that we should sit down and discuss and see that, good, if you're going to protect you to increase production locally and enhance consumption of dairy products locally, for how long is it going to be? And how do we support you? So we should do that and sit down and plan them and have it phased out. That's what I think. But I generally just think that people need to together. I can see Dr. Ratan raising hands, and maybe he has something else. Maybe they have an Indian experience on how they proceeded on this before they became very viable.
Can I speak?
Yes,
Hello.
please, Dr. Ratan, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Professor Jaliola. What you said was very interesting, and there is no doubt about it. There are no comparisons between the investments that the government makes and that the private sector makes and that the cooperative makes. See, if Nigeria has strong intentions to develop dairying, it has to look forward to some kind of soft loan international investments. See, and these investments should be made as part of the national development. Dairying is an objective that has two major advantages. One is it builds up the farmers and builds up the rural economy. And strength of any national development has to be based on the development of the rural economy. In fact, if you see during the corona scare that we have had in India, it is the milk farmers who got the maximum payment, and they are the ones who came to support the consumers. Second issue, in case of the international financial assistance, is that it helps you develop the whole entire structure. I'm sure today, if you have to transport milk from rural areas over to the major cities of Nigeria, you won't have the kind of road infrastructure. This will come into the way of development of rural areas, milk production, as well as milk market for the entire nation. Now, this soft loans that I talk of, apart from what we call for the dairy development, we also asked monies from the World Bank for rural milk roads. So you build up a milk road from the villages and small towns over to the bigger towns. Now, this helps both the government as well as the private sector. So private sector would also be spending a lot of money in transporting milk today. It will be so very difficult. So there is a need that Nigeria shouldn't go for some kind of soft international assistance, both for development of dairy as well as for development of infrastructure from the rural to the urban areas. So once that is done, you will see that the milk production will grow. The third angle that I want to add over to the milk sector is nutrition. See, one of the best forms of bioprotein availability to body is through milk. And it is one of the, in terms of cost of milk, you will find it is expensive. But in terms of availability of protein to the body, it is one of the cheapest source compared to the various other vegetable sources or even the livestock sources. The cost of milk production in terms of inputs is far lower than the cost of meat production. And therefore, the protein availability from milk is far better in many other, compared to many other, either the meat sources or the vegetable sources. So these are three advantages. And for that, I think there has to be an initial objective, and some international assistance must be acquired by Nigeria to build up this kind of a thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ratan. That was quite insightful. And I would like to move to Dr. Manzo Megeri now. I would like you to share with us the plans of the Nigerian Agribusiness Group for the dairy sector, in investing in the dairy sector, and how you've been playing the integral role in this sector to encourage dairy development.
Okay, thank you very much. I apologize for the issues around the internet. Well, we all know that our dairy annual dairy requirement as a country stands at well above 1 million metric tons, valued at about $1.3 billion, of which Nigeria produces only 27%. This presents great challenges as well as opportunities. As NABG, we see the opportunities more than even the challenges. Of course, the major challenge is that 70% of the livestock population in Nigeria is held in traditional systems, managed by itinerary communities. I mean, itinerary communities that roam from place to place. It is extremely difficult to plan with this population because today they are in Nigeria, tomorrow they are in Niger, next tomorrow they are in Mali, next week they are back to Nigeria. How do you plan with this? To me, this is the greatest challenge that we have faced. Thankfully, policies have been put in place, and we are looking at the issue of sedentarization of these nomads seriously. The issue of grazing reserves is coming up seriously. The issue of ranching has been very topical. But we see that unless government takes serious action in terms of policy and implementation, it will be extremely difficult. And why do we say this? To a large extent, people, herders, roam the landscape not because they desire to do so. It's simply in search of food for their animals and water. We know, and a few cases have been demonstrated, that if herders will have water and food for their animals all year round, they will stay in one place. And therefore, NABG has engaged the government, because we are ourselves a major stakeholder. Well, we've engaged the government from a purely private sector perspective and requesting that government do the needful. Private players can only do so much. The foundations for the transformation of the dairy sector will have to come from government in terms of policy framework, in terms of enforcement, like everybody else has said. But then, there are areas of great opportunity that exist, even as the dairy sector is at the moment in Nigeria. And have quite a number of them, over 10 areas of opportunity. The first thing is that we encourage those who have the money to invest in ranching, to demonstrate that it's actually be more profitable to ranch. And some of our members, like Kodoran, have invested heavily in the dairy sector. We have also encouraged them to do milk aggregation. Milk aggregation is very highly profitable business, but also it requires that the farmer, the aggregator, will have to depend most of the time on these herders who are mobile. Luckily enough, in most parts of northern Nigeria, virtually every family keeps livestock, including cows, where possible. And therefore, people like ALDDN have done wonderfully and demonstrated that this can be achieved. ALDDN plays in Kano, and they are a success story for everybody to see. I think an area of specific opportunity here is clusterization. For those who will want to invest further in a dairy farming, I will advise that they get a foundation stock of local cows and get improved semen and do artificial insemination. Then they can identify communities, they can identify a local government and distribute these first generation crosses among families. Just like it is done in Uganda. Somebody has said Uganda has become self-sufficient in milk. Kenya is self-sufficient in milk. Actually, every family there keeps a dairy cow, at least 4. I've been there and I've seen that, and it works for them. Here, if it has become impossible or it is difficult for the government to do, private investors should see that area of great opportunity and invest in it. If we identify a community of, say, let's say 200 houses, and you have an investor who comes, who invests in a stock of local cows and then does artificial insemination and comes up with an improved breed crosses, you can share them among those families and then support them and aggregate the milk. This is extremely important. Extension is also an area of huge opportunity that can employ millions of people in Nigeria. Of course, we all know that we cannot sit down and just be working and just be waiting for government. So what we've done is to encourage our people, our members as NABG, and our other major players in the sector to invest in extension. I had the privilege of being with the Kaduna State government at one time, and we partnered synagogues and WAMCO in a bid to establish an extension school. And even though we didn't get to establish the extension school, but we had a support from DFID that enabled us to develop an extension delivery framework for nomadic farmers. And there is a case study at the Kachia Grazing Reserve where this worked out very successfully. I know that time will not allow me to give the details, but I'm telling you, we got private investors into this. We got we train the local community on pasture development and got an investor into a milk processing plant. They were able to pay, they got a loan and they paid that loan under 6 months, and that facility is on and working. In the area of processing, for those of us that are elitist, there are great areas of interest. One area is partial pasteurization. The last speaker, Dr. Ratan, spoke about good roads that must be smooth to convey milk and out of the rural areas. Of course, we don't have that. But do we have to wait until the good roads come? If we have milk in the rural communities, an area of great opportunity is partial pasteurization, where you bulk the milk within the community and then heat it to 65 degrees centigrade for 15 minutes. And then you kill the enzymes immediately, and then you can move your milk, and you increase the shelf life, and such that you can move your milk at least for the next 3 hours without any problem. Whether the road is bad or not, you can move your partially pasteurized milk, and the quality will be maintained. It will not coagulate. This is an area of great opportunity. For those that are also e-savvy, we look at niche products from milk. For example, cheese. We don't even produce cheese. This is a great area of opportunity. Milk, tiger nut milk blend is an area of great opportunity. Banana, soya, peanuts, and cashew milk blends are niche products that will not only sell locally, but they will sell internationally. Now, we talk a lot about ranching, but very little is being said about further development. Cattle will not produce milk if they don't eat well and drink enough water. In the area of pasture and further development, we must look at that. It's a very serious area of opportunity. There is nobody in this country that is talking about silage. Cows will only give you good output when you mix your pasture or hay with silage. So this is an area that is an area of great opportunity, and we encourage our members to look at those areas. There are areas of quality assurance, and control services. For example, if you have clusters of milk producers, you can support them with services such as biosecurity, nutrition management of their cows, milk management post harvest, and all that will ensure that milk is delivered to the consumer in a wholesome state. Culture and logistics is also an area of great opportunity. We do not have cold trucks that will help us move our milk from production points or from processing points to the consumers. This is an area of great opportunity. We look at an area that is also becoming very important today, because the middle class is growing in Nigeria, and therefore they have disposable incomes through which they can afford personalized service delivery. For example, you can look at a place like Abuja and then use technology to map out the communities and reach out to these communities and provide them milk, wholesome milk, on a daily basis as they require it. Many people that are elitists here will rather take fresh milk if they can be assured of the quality. So it is an area that presents a great opportunity for investors to link milk production points or partial processing points and supply specialized markets directly. Marketing is a big area, and it covers all that. We look at specialized payment platforms. These are areas where we can leverage on technology and get those who are interested, even pay upfront if we are sure we can supply them good quality milk. It's an area of great opportunity. Now, leveraging on technology, I think, let me just finalize on this. I say leveraging on technology, investors should look at the possibility of creating a platform akin to a commodity exchange that links the upstream to the downstream, where all value chain actors can just key in and be assured of quality. If we do this, it's something that can grow so big that we will be surprised, and it will adjust and correct all the anomalies that exist across the value chain. These are things that we discuss, we do, and encourage our members to do. Thank you.
Very much, Dr. Manzo, for that insightful discussion. I would also like to add that we need to encourage young people to invest in the dairy sector. We need to share with them the opportunities. I, as a young person, I have witnessed a lot of youth entrepreneurs investing into the agribusiness sector, but not a lot of them are into dairy. So it's also important to encourage youth and, you know, create the awareness among them, the opportunities that exist in this agribusiness subsector. We do not have a lot of time. Our time is up now, and I would like all our panelists to turn on their video so that we can have a screenshot. While you are doing that, I'd like to especially thank each and every one of you for making out the time. Thank you for your very insightful discussion. We've really, really learned from you today, and I'm sure the participants have done so as well.
Thank you, Fisayo.
Yeah. Okay, so at this point, I would like to announce that we have a masterclass that would commence in the next 3 minutes, actually, where we'll be facilitating interesting topics on making dairy business profitable, commercializing feed and fodder as a source of income in Nigeria, and then we have the dairy health management. So please click on the sessions tab on the left side of this platform. Then you will see all 3 masterclass, and please just click on the one you like to join in. We'll be there joining you shortly, and then we have the interesting and experienced facilitators who are really specialists in this sector that will be sharing with you some knowledge. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll be gathering here again after the masterclass for the closing remark.
Thank you. I said one.
Hello? It's just off Kwame Nkrumah.
Hello, everyone. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Diana Basi Akpanyang. I'm the Executive Director of Kodaran. Kodaran is the Commercial Dairy Ranchers Association of Nigeria, and we are very, very glad to be partnering with ALDDN to host this conference. Welcome back from the master classes. I believe. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Diana Basi Akpanyang. I'm the executive. I believe that you have learned quite a lot from the master classes, and having concluded the director of Kodaran. Kodaran is the commercial dairy. Having concluded the panel discussions and the master classes, this is a fitting moment to draw the curtains on this conference. And I first of all wish to thank our speakers and our panelists, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen who have done a very great job sharing their knowledge and insights at this conference. Thank you very much. I am very, very much sure that the Nigerian dairy industry will be the better for the knowledge and insights you have shared today. We are very grateful for your time and for offering us the benefits of your knowledge. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. So thank you so much. And also to our moderators, we are really grateful to you for brilliantly anchoring all the sessions. Thank you for the professional work you've done in getting the speakers to speak. Thank you so much. We are very grateful. I want to also say thank you to everyone who was able to create time to join this conference today. We are highly honored and delighted to have had you with us today. And I do believe that you've had a great worth of your time. Thank you so much all for joining. Thank you to the organizers, the organizing team. I must especially mention Fisayo, who has really done a great job, and her team. Thank you for the hard work. Your groundwork has made this conference quite successful. This conference has brought a lot of insights and knowledge to us. And for me, from the Kodaran perspective, we will be reaching out to our speakers, of some of our panelists, to draw from their wealth of knowledge and ideas to make the Nigerian dairy industry better. The year 2020 has been a very challenging year. It's been a tough year for many people, but I believe that we can take lessons from the year where we can have a far better year in 2021. I am already excited about this conference for 2021, and I wish to invite all of you to join us again. We are going to have an even more rewarding conference in 2021. Thank you so much for joining us once again. We are really grateful, and have a great rest of the day. Thank you.